creek, ooh, I'm walking with that heat. Look around, stay low, make sure they don't see you. Catch them bad, walk down, face them with that.
for your information.
Out across the country, I finished. good day. Don't have a good day. Have a great day.
With some body, I'm unorthodox than a mug. Hey, when you gon' switch the flow? I thought you never asked. I needed some with some bobby. I'm unorthodox than a mug. Hey, when you gon' switch the flow? I thought you never asked. I needed some with some bobby. I needed some with
successful every single game.
Yeah, making sure they pass by these coolers as well. We ran a little bit of a content piece at the start of the season about what's changed in the Chapter 3 map, and I think the coolers, one of the biggest additions, if you're not aware of them, they hold guaranteed amount of consumables, and the ones that these players care the most about are those chug splashes. That's often why you'll see duos rocking out with almost like full 12 set of chug splashes in nearly every single one they load out. So very much prioritize that, because it can be shields as well as HP, and it's AoE. But now, we've kind of taken a look. We looked at our first place horse, and now here's the second place horse chomping at the bit, trying to close the gap. It's Chimp and Spade, and they've got a ton of space, and Zone dropped right on top of their head monster. This is a little bit different than yesterday, where we had mostly south-central zones. This is the second time in a row now we've pulled up towards that northeast corner.
I would say that generally works against them as well, as less teams are going to be rotating, less likely to come on up to their general positions where they set up for surge, so it's going to force them into more of an aggressive play. And like you said, it's the second game in a row now. So last game, it seems like they managed to, make it work and figure things out. They're going to have to re-employ the strategy they don't use very often, which can always leave room for error. So I am curious to see if they can continue to remain consistent this game, as Booga and Miro, this Storm is what they expect all the time. They just move out of the drop spot. They haven't really had it land on top of them too often in the tournament so far.
Now a little bit of a late rotate here. OMG, Me Too, and Shadow. We've talked about it. Some decent individual efforts from them so far today.
Wow.
Kind of struggling to get it go together, but Me Too says, Owl, what you doing? Poking your head up, and Owl responds in kind. He says, hey, you got a pretty nice assault rifle. I got one too. Here's some shots for you, as he gets his entire shields ripped away, and Shadow opens right back up. And honestly, this is a positive for both of these teams right now. I don't see too much white HP, minus that med miss, so hopefully that should be enough to keep OMG, Me Too, and Shadow up, but otherwise they should be relatively content to trade Surge and have their full duo up.
Not to mention, they still have metal capped out as well. So, you can find brick, you can find wood coming into mid and early game, late game. But the one thing you're not going to find, or very unlikely to find, is metal. In the distance, though, you hear the reboot van going off. Jackson trying to play with Fable Taco, so they're going to be looking to get their second and third eliminations redone onto Fable Taco. That could be an extra 6 points if the pickup comes through. If they're smart, they allow it to happen. So we'll see. But Commandment and Stretch right now, their name of the game right now is find some tags, as will be Clicks and Day right there, and that's the mark coming out. So, we might see Commandment find a little bit of an ambush there for the tags onto Clicks and Day. That could be a swing factor, right, for the duo fight that might break out down there.
Yeah, and a very traditional split right now coming out from Stretch and Commandment, where they keep it far enough, but Clicks and Day just went immediately. They just went for it, as now on in here. He was Knifer getting picked up. That was Nosh and Paper, able to find him there as he tried to cut his jet set out, but unfortunately he will get picked up. And I mean, as soon as you're in that sight line, that's when we talk about like line of sights being so important, and like how you have to be thinking about your rotations way ahead of time. As soon as he committed to rounding that corner, like, it's 2 level changes, right? And then he's taken out. Now with Swing on board, it feels like we haven't had a chance to talk about him that much today, Monster. Minus game number 1, Champer and Dukes have had a little bit of a stall going on compared to yesterday.
And we knew it was possible. We knew it can happen, and it just looks like they haven't quite turned those gears just yet this tournament here. But this is the back half now. There's still a couple more opportunities. I'm sure they're taking note round after round, and the biggest problem is Storm Surge Zone 1. That is the one that's chomping away at their heels and all the other HP stuff that they're holding on to. But Donnie gets punished big time here. It hasn't looked very good for Macwood or Donnie today and yesterday. And right now, the big fight coming in from Illis and company here. One of the few teams that are actually taking a battle this early, long before the Surge even starts to warn players. This is a team that's looking to get way ahead here. And Tilt the Towers, man, you're here. I mean, this is a no man's land. You can't just stand around here. Teams are going to fight. There's a reason players rotate in here. It just has that reputation for battle.
Yeah, and I mean, rotating from covert over to here, just putting yourself in one not necessarily great position to another. I feel like NA East has been a very weird situation as Donnie finds a nice little tag there. Double edit, trying to then replace the wall, finds even better tags onto TK, and this is a very winnable 1v2. If Donnie's going to be able to push forward, has an HP advantage. Here's the Chug Splash go out. Needs to be careful, though, giving them enough time to be able to take this, because the advantage he had is being offset by their use of utility. It's going to be backed up, so just trying to make sure he's up on Surge. But I feel like NA East, with so many teams going Cavern, it kind of just negated the strength of that POI overall, as we see Miro pick up yet another stray Elam in the feed.
And Smite did as well. Mind you, Smite is, of course, fighting their way on up. Smite and Larson staying consistent this game. That is a team that could be a sleeper, top 2, top 3, maybe even victors of today, depending on how Miro and Bugha play out. Of course, though, we want to continue to see those highlights as they unfold. Bugha and Miro now have 2 eliminations, so a full and successful team wipe here. Let's watch how this went down. Miro swings around here. Max material. This fight went quick and easy, it seems like, as they just found the advantageous angle here. They wasted no time to finish it off.
Man, fantastic piece control right there from the TNA player. I mean, Miro just being able to own all of those grid spaces, slamming down the cones, putting down the walls, and then dropping right on top of his partner. And I mean, that's an additional nice little +6 points for them, and they don't have to worry about Surge. Frankly, with being 700 plus damage up, or 650 something damage up, they might not have to worry about second Surge either. And with their game plan, it's been, hey, just stay up till late game and things will come. And so far, again, I talked about it, hey, maybe they could do it last game. It's starting to look near impossible with just how good they're playing Monster. I don't know if anybody can catch them.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher and tougher as the games go on, as they continue to find not only elimination, it's the placement points that are really scary because they're making multiple end games. It could be, once again, like we said, that runaway train type situation where if another game or two goes their way, I mean, that is surely going to be it. They might make it mathematically impossible or insanely ridiculous.
That's when the duo starts looking at it. It's like, all right, guys, we can catch them if we get a 39 elimination victory royale. It's okay. We got this. We got this. You know, as soon as you start putting in numbers in the teens and the 20s plus the VR, you know, you're kind of grasping at straws. Like we can see Crack trying to do on the right-hand side. Him and Owl just trying to get in the box, and looks like he's able to pick up a couple of straws, but then drops them right back down. It was a hot potato, actually, and unfortunately looks like it's going to end up mashed as the Storm Surge pressure just a little bit too much as PlayFi and Oliver OG trying to find some shots from above.
The same situation for them, though. They found themselves underneath the Storm Surge once again here. It was the same story last game, and again, although they've managed to find a good amount of points, it just hasn't been enough. Great little tags right there, though, from PlayFi as he finds a great angle from above, but still 90 damage below. All of that wasn't enough, and mind you, they have a fresh duo pack right next to them. I mean, both sides are listening to the shots go down. It's only a matter of time before it's all over. Makes you wonder, was it better for them to just take the early box fight immediately, and instead now they waited out? Surge will do the rest here shortly, although the edits come in. He takes a little damage with him on the road there, set back from Magnolia, but still, points is what matters here. Stretch and Commandment on the other side, a top 5 team, one that's much more relevant to the general stake here coming into top game 10.
Right now we got some space, got some time, some players returning shots, but with third zone being revealed, everyone wants to get just a little bit of central, hoping that fourth drops on top of their head. And we'll get a check in with, I mean, you can just start listing accolades, and I think by the time we rotate off the POV, we wouldn't be done. These guys have won so many tournaments, and they're looking to add another notch onto that belt here today. As they're sitting center zone, we know they're sitting pretty on Storm Surge. First round of placement points ends up coming through, so it's +7 for them on the day. And again, Monster, they're in tournament management mode at this point, and you're going to start hearing me talk about that a lot, because they don't have to be going and chasing elims. They don't have to be gaining points. They aren't the ones talking about, like, oh, we need to do X, Y, Z to win. All they have to do to win is hold on. The longer they're up in the lobby, every single one of those placement points that they get, that Spade and Chimp also gets, is a point taken away from them. The pressure is on the duo we are watching right now to chase the game.
Chimp and Spade have to get a lot of eliminations if they want to catch up. They're about, what's that, 10 or so off right now. Yep. You can see how many they've already picked up. They've been extremely active as they're currently our elimination leaders, you know, as a whole, you know, as a duo. But, you know, if they want to catch up to Bugha and Miro, they're still 10 off the mark at least to closing the gap. Because one thing they cannot make up are the difference in placement points already made. That's the harder one to go ahead and outperform so far, as we've seen Bugha and Miro just stay super consistent.
You can see that Chimp has 28 eliminations by himself, which is more than all but 5 teams combined. So really, that's where they're trying to end up making up the difference there. As we'll swing on over, Clicks and Day almost had a back-to-back wins to close out yesterday. Have 2 victory royales in their back pocket, but we've talked about it. While their highs have been very incredible, their lows have really brought down their average scores. So they need to find a couple more of those really solid games, and clock's ticking against them. Like we said, the pressure is on everyone else to play a little bit of catch up as we look at kind of this top 5, top 6.
Get the feed.
Shadow able to pick up a knock there on a wanted.
Great knock onto one if they can get the finish there. I mean, those are points that they absolutely need to continue to claw their way back from that slipping out of 4th place position that we saw. The last 2 games have been generally pretty rough for them. Kind of boiling down to just being solos here. Smite and Larson, though, I would say the most impressive team today as far as teams that are making comeback stories come to life. Larson and Smite, after last game's high placing, then kicking this one off with elimination. There it is. Shadow does get the full finish onto Wanted, so it's a little bit of a comeback for them, but pressure's onto Smite and crew. Fire sets the floor ablaze. That's a beautiful play right there. Out come all the armored walls to try to buy themselves some time, and for whatever reason, the lobby decides, hey, these are the guys you need to completely fire in on. Luckily, though, chug splashes will mitigate the flames. Armored walls will stop oncoming fire from at least one side, and this is a situation where having the right loot is just a difference maker.
Yeah, I always find the interesting decision where teams slam down those iron walls on their roof first rather than the wall immediately in front of them, but it ended up providing them with just the ability to only turn into one direction, not worry about what might potentially pop above. So played very well for them there, and we talked about it. They're able to transition into the late game. They've made plays every time. The mid game has been traditionally where they struggle, but covering that up today, as we see, Acorn Kanata looking for a little bit of room here, and they're trying to find some shots there. Onto Shadow, you can see him and Me Too, not necessarily the best of circumstances when it comes to HP, but somebody who's not in the best of circumstances when it comes to Storm Surge. Check the right-hand side monster currently. Nico and Polarized thing 97 below.
Not looking hot right now, and again, the fire is setting the stage ablaze here as the floor once again. A Chimp and Spade below the surge, 61 right now. They need to get active. 20 seconds left, 10 players have to go down. Not a lot of heals from what I'm looking at here from Chimp's inventory. Only 2 minis. 4 chili spice splashes here to work with. 10 seconds now. Only now the shots begin to come out from Spade. This is a late game for them.
There's a fight right above them, though, Monster. There's a fight literally going on. There's another Storm Surge fight just 2 layers above them, so they're waiting, trying to maybe take advantage of this, trying to drop somebody down. My eyes are pinned on the right side of the screen right now, because that's the team who has the chance to maybe push Booga and Miro, but we knew that they got early elims, so they're the ones who aren't under this Storm Surge.
Oh, it's Jamper.
Spade are, and it's Jamper on the other side, and Spade gets completely back down. Chimp trying to find some room, but Spade is taken out back to the zone. Storm Surge is going to just be hammering away. No, they were able to get above it, but it cost them Spade, and it cost him so much of his utility.
What's crazy about that is 2nd and 3rd place going head-to-head, both exchanging a single player, but luckily Dukes will be able to get saved. This is that little bit of divine luck, not necessarily getting the player to get finished there, so Dukes will be able to bounce back and stay in the game right now. Talk about a close competition on what could have been, honestly, Booga's best dream come true right there. 2nd and 3rd just eliminating themselves, but there is still hope for Chimp right now, who is trailing behind. Booga and Miro are the box right in front of him. They don't look out to Chimp's direction here as he makes his rotate all the way through.
But Chimp, yes, the short pad in that situation is very helpful, but he then had to invest so many of his hard mats to just safely end up tarping in, invest one of his 2 iron walls to cover himself. And as a solo, you need everything you can get. He's going to invest a 2nd iron wall there just to make sure he's safe. So Monster, he wants to get into those cascading placement points and have a chance to clutch up, because keeping an eye on the top left, we're not even there yet.
It is so important for him right now to find eliminations, placement points, just everything possible. Squeeze out the lemon right here. Get as much juice as possible, because you're not going to have many opportunities to catch up to Booga once he starts to continue to break away. He's already 30 points away, so 1st place is so far here, especially now as a solo. It looks just more impossible to fight for, and next door is that team that he's so worried about right now. Across from him is the other team he should be worried about, who's on his heels, is Dukes and Jamper. He is just in a pinch, a cross pinch of the teams that matter the most right now.
Neither of them have to move. They have the priority position. You can see just cone peaks coming out from Booga and Miro, actually editing them down, making sure they have a line. You can hear the launch pads being placed out. They're going to high pat, and they have it pinged towards the far side of the zone, so you can tell they want to go maybe not all the way for height, but at least a layer that's up above. They don't want to be all the way on the ground floor, knowing it's going to be incredibly chaotic. They're the ones with the purple rays on the left side of your screen. They're also in the top right. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Chimp, who is the solo in second place, trying to continue his run going through. After that, the next two teams who we're looking at are Smite and Larson, and Jamper and Dukes, who are both still up on their feet. You can see Smite and Larson just below the high grounds on the left-hand side of your screen. Still plenty of swinging coming out as those Mythic Web Slingers end up connecting. You can hear the sound all the way, and Chimp looking for some shots. He hears the player on the backside of the wall. This could potentially be play. Opens up the edit, doesn't find anyone, and just gonna have a nice little calm rotate. My eyes are on the bottom right-hand corner now as he's changing levels. If he goes down, this means there's so much room for Booga and Miro.
Might have been caught for a moment, but now Surge is definitely the warning here that's coming through. Too many players have to go down, and he is so far below. Chimp needs to continue to find some action here, and he's getting chased for going up to second height, biting off a little more than he can chew there. And there's a 6th place team underneath him. It's OMG me and Shadow. Big rip comes through onto that. That's going to be a huge setback for our 6th place team. But Chimp now is under Surge threshold. 200, 170. He needs to find some tags here. Only 2 more ticks separate him. Big one there, but the counter fire was a little bit stronger, and 3 points get awarded to Shadow and company. On height though, Kanata and Acorn managed to maintain this position here. They snuck their way on up. This is the 2nd game now. They're on high ground trying to fight for a victory royale. Day's still in this one as well, earning points on the low. Jamper falls to the hands of Booga. Huge elimination there as Booga once again starts cutting down the competition.
Cease going down as well. Tamiro just trying to add up those elimination points, but Cole trying to get a couple of his own. The 166 huge shot there follows it up. Ooh, the edits, and this man's tracking is disgusting. Finds one there. That's the confirmation on the users. No, there's still another player behind him, but he has plenty of extra utility. He just needs time and space. Looking for a little bit now on the backside of the zone. Peterbot right in front of him. Joji up there for another refresh monster.
These are knocks. These are eliminations. These are points that start to matter, especially if the zone does it. So you want to hit those down bodies. Cold, however, hits the wrong wall. There was a team waiting there. One big punt puts them down. Commandment shredded for using the Mythic Slingers to try and make a rotate there from Acorn and Kanata, who are just a little bit more aware. They are paying so much attention, lower themselves now to get closer to the enemies here. Smite is still alive here, earning points. He is a solo as well. What can we see him do? We've already seen this team just let loose every time they come into endgame. This is one of the better...
Another from Miro.
Look at that. He even pops a mini for 2 HP. Anything matters right now.
Yeah, Miro picking up yet another elim, and I mean, at this point in Booga and Miro, I mean, we might be looking at the W here if they're able to rack off another win and more points. They're one of the few duos who's still up on their feet. They're on the low ground. They have 6 eliminations, 328 monster. I don't think anybody's even close to 300 at this point, and they're really opening up the gap, trying to put a firm stamp on it. They say trios, solos, duos, it doesn't matter. If we're Booga and Miro, we're winning it all about face. They find yet another elim. Trashy gets cut down, and Booga dips back into the zone. A nice little bounce back will provide him with a little bit of respite here as Bucky and Cam still up on their feet as well. Kanada and Acorn trying to range shots in the mound, trying to get a connection. They have plenty of mats, but no ammo. What?
Yeah. They burnt out everything from the high ground, literally down to a pickaxe here on the low ground. Miro and Booga, opposite situation. They have everything that they need, and honestly, this is a game-defining performance here, a tournament-defining performance here at the very end. He managed to make it all the way into the top 5, leaves Booga behind as he gets picked off, but it doesn't matter. The real story is how he is continuing to earn placement points here as he breaks into top 3. I can't believe Miro and Booga have just done this consistently all day, just being the best team so far. But Crunchy and Pure on the low ground, Acorn and Kanata on the height. I mean, they're still fighting for more placement. There's still plenty of room for other teams to rocket their way on up and earn some money here.
Miro looking for a nice little layer of change there, but invests about half of his mats to not quite get it, trying to find the cone jump to get up, but instead has to cover himself with a floor and a cone to make sure Acorn can't get some pressure, trying to find a 1v1, finds a nice little trade, but he gets a decent amount of shield. They're still in the zone, trying to find the spray, taking the straight up fight against Acorn, winning the trade so far, swaps to the pickaxe, gets the 24, but gets taken down. However, another top 3 performance for our leaders, and I mean, we see 3rd place. They're nearly 100 points behind him at this point. That might be be all she wrote. So we could be looking at a battle here for second from here on out. But right now, in game number 10, we got Pure and Country going up against one of the veterans with Acorn backing up, kind of up on the high ground. Acorn trying to put the shots down and close the layer. What they're going to end up doing, Acorn's going to get sent down to fight the 1v2. He has lower HP, so he needs to make sure he either goes down to the zone or he's able to trade out damage. Those are his two choices, and instead, he's just going to run back, make sure nobody gets siphoned, and hope that Kanata has the HP, and he's got the med miss. This should be a dub monster.
Not really. Crunchy did have a couple splashes, though, so it could come down to, but no, it doesn't look like Crunchy did have enough to maintain. Instead, Kanata says, nah, I don't want to leave it to the end game. I'm going to go for the siphon and the elimination. He gets it there in Flash. Third place now. He jumps up to third place. Not bad for a team that was outside of the top 10 coming into today.
Yeah, that's going to help them a ton there, and a great veteran presence of mind to drop down, find the other opponent, and pick up the elimination points. Additional +3, because every single point is going to end up mattering. Here's some highlights from the duo themselves. But I mean, Monster, the story at this point is Booga and Miro, they might have won it already, right? Like, just based on how consistent they played, unless something catastrophic happens to them. This has been one of the more complete weekends of Fortnite we've seen from them in a while.
At this point, if anyone wants the -- spot, they have to land on Miro and Booga and take them out the gate here. They cannot afford to allow this team to earn any more points. They are currently 70 points ahead of third place. If the numbers there were accurate, which they pretty much have been throughout the day, so they have a nice lead there, Sundown.
Yeah, and we're going to check out how nice that lead is with 2 matches left to go. We'll kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SPG, what you got?
Thank you, fellas. That could be the one, guys. That could be the game changer for the entirety of FNCS finals right there. We saw there that, despite Kanata valiantly, again, we saw the stat earlier on. Every single FNCS, Kanata manages to get a victory royale in some capacity. The guy's unstoppable. But we saw with Booga and Miro there that when Chimp loses Spade early on, ironically, Booga taking out Jamper as well, who are currently, I think, in third position going into this. I mean, this could be the game 10 for these guys, Vivid. That could be the one that changes everything.
Yeah, best case scenario this game for Booga and Miro. We saw Chimp and Spade versus Dukes and Jamper actually on the north side of that fourth zone as the half and half came in, and it ended up putting both of them in kind of a shambles position. And Booga and Miro, they're not even worried about what's happening on with the rest of the competition. They just ran ahead with this game as a duo for most of it, and then Miro in the end there clutching up. They always clutch up as a solo. A couple more placement points, and just like every other game, does it here as well as he goes for that elimination on Acorn, who lived with must have been like 1 health. So that was very, very close, but still picked up plenty of points to increase that lead.
Yeah, that was so close. Miro almost did just that little much more. But you're right, Vivid. It is like every single game, it's just like an extra 3, 5, 10 placements by one of them. And it's literally every game they're playing so well as a duo, and they're perfectly playing the end game. And then just like, what's another third place? It's no big deal.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's just third schmurd. But do you know what? It's you're right. The consistency again is just unreal. But we must talk about Kanata and Acorn for a second here, because I want to put the spotlight back on these guys, because yesterday we didn't see too much from them both. Today we've seen, I think, 3 times now pushing for height, taking it, claiming it. A victory royale. I mean, these guys are. I guess in hindsight they wish they could go back to yesterday and think, why don't we just do height from the get-go? What were we thinking, guys?
Yeah, I think they figured it out. We've seen them alive now 3 times in the end game. Unfortunately, last game, the previous one, the one we just watched, they went down early. They were separated a little bit. But every other game that they've made it to the end game, they have been on the high ground. I think they have figured out the formula. They've kind of figured out the way that these lobbies are figuring out. But right there, though, we did see a little bit of a slip up as they had like no ammo on the high ground. He was running around with a pickaxe looking for anything. So a little bit better at managing, and they can definitely run away with this.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I thought going into this. Acorn, Kanata typically understand those different high ground plays. Now it's finally coming out. Might be too late, though.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the leaderboards anyway and see exactly how the points have changed after the last game. And then we can see, wow, Miro and Booga go into 336 points. They're looking at around almost a 60-point lead there on Spade and Chimp there. But similar eliminations, but play some points with it. I mean, 201 to 140, huge difference.
Yeah, just increasing that gap ever so slightly every single game. Acorn and Kanata with that right there. That victory royale puts them at 2. They're going to be finding themselves in top 3 SPG.
Yeah, and it just looks like everything else besides the top 2 on the leaderboards is up for grabs. That's been moving around a bunch over the past few games, but Miro, Bugha, Spade, Chimp, they've been locking it down for those top 2 spots.
Indeed, yeah. Unless something catastrophic happens with Miro and Bugha in this next game, which is totally possible, and Chimp and Spade come through, or team in 3rd place as well, I think it looks like we're looking at who's going to come 2nd or 3rd. That's the big one right now. But let's head over to Sundown MDF. We've got another big game coming your way, and this is game 11 now of our 12, which is mighty exciting. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. 2 more matches left to go before the Axe of Champions are given out, and right now it looks like it's going right back on over to Bugha and Miro, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we're seeing is a team that's hard to compete with here, a team that has a full draw spot to themselves in a well-planned out route, and it's just all coming together game after game. So unless a team honestly goes head-to-head against them, which is going to be tough to do when they're that situated, I mean, this tournament's over for everyone else.
Yeah, and while there is still plenty to play for in terms of different prize money coming out for the placements and everything, but first potentially being on the table, there is still a chance. It's not completely out of the question. We have seen a couple of little early hiccups with Bugha potentially getting picked off on some of those longer bus passes. But as the saying goes, so you're saying there's a chance? Yeah, it's a really, really small one.
It's a slim chance. We called it grasping at straws earlier, but hold up. Sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's hop on into game number 11.
Grasping at straws and hoping you don't catch that hot potato. We're mixing metaphors, and we talked about it. Hey, maybe there's some unfortunate bus pass or something, but even then looks like we're getting one of those as we split the island from southwest to northeast, and we get a nice favorable chonkers drop there. And of course, we're going to tune into that very early fight over at Greasy, and Aegis is going to win the drop this time. Nounsy trying to do everything he can to just run away, create a little bit of space, hits the bushes, but that's not going to be enough. Rise will pick up Sprite, and we'll go to 6-5, Monster.
I was going to say, at this point, we might be beating the dead horse, but no. Finally, Aegis and Rise managed to at least come out on top. So a little different story potentially to unfold here. Now, my real question is you know, how fired up are Rise and Aegis, right? You know, you sit out a couple games, very long games, several hours, in fact, and then you have to jump back in and make do with the situation. So it is going to be a close one in the feed, though. Muzz already takes out Macwood. Seems like they finish up this full duo here. Another early game battle for Covert Cavern. Muzz getting all the dancing on that he can while he's still alive. Another team that also just hasn't had much success off the elimination rip. So seems like the coin flip finally going in other directions this time around, landing on the other side.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see all of these teams. We talked about how Covert Cavern has been so strong. I mean, we saw it in EU, what it was able to do. But with so much pressure and so many duos around it in NA, Novi's been able to leave there very quickly. So now we're going to swing on over here. Shadow, Me Too, another fight just outside of Greasy. And Fable Taco and Jackson, we've been seeing this fight happen a lot over the past 2 days. It's been relatively favored towards RMG, Me Too, and Shadow. However, today I feel like Jackson and Fable Taco have been able to put a little bit of the pressure back, and the Rift is actually going to get taken. The rotation's going to come out, and some distance is going to be put away. So disengage this time.
Very important tags right there as well. Ones that are going to keep this team from having to worry about the surge a little later. But they've slipped down from 4th on the day down to 9th place. That's off the back of those 2 times they were eliminated a little early. Here's the Yamza and DJ, one of our few teams that hold a prestigious victory royale already. Looks like they caught a couple eliminations. The real question is, was that onto Knifer and Baila for the Llama split drop? Because it seems like they're going back to old Trusty here.
Yes, it was, and they were taken out, so they'll have one more game to try and put their stamp on it, but Zone drops right on top. Well, not right on top of, but fairly on top of Bugha and Miro. They're going to start their min-maxing out, make sure they get up as much of the metal as possible, hit all of these chests, get all the weaponry, and I mean, it just shows how strong Chonkers is. I think you touched on it early in the game. There's while there is a decent amount of metal on the map, it gets farmed out and valued so quickly that trying to go and refarm it is so incredibly difficult. Take a look at another one of those early fights that we've talked about, PlayFi and Oliver OG going down with one, and it looks like they might actually opt to just disengage.
Yeah, find a lot more southern than usual. Typically, we see them up a little bit more north, fighting those other teams where you saw yesterday where Bucky and Cam would rotate on into the coast there and get their hands into the action. This time around, though, moving a bit faster to the south. That's a clash that we expect. For Chimp and Spade, though, no one in sight, but also very far off from one another, so you hope to see Spade in another comfortable part of the map without anyone nearby. Otherwise, it could be pretty bad for them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't think that's his teammate who's out in front of him, getting a couple tags there, but his teammate isn't even remotely on the screen. Like, we don't even see a little dot for him there, so got to keep an eye on it. As we'll check in with some of our other teams currently top of the screen, we have Chimp and Spade who are in second, bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Acorn and Kanata who are in third, and then the right-hand side of the screen, Dukes and Jamper who are in fourth. And even then, Monster, there's a pretty significant gap between each one of these teams. Like, it's a drop in about 16 points, then a drop in another 10 points. So you can see just the separation that's been caused up at the top.
Yeah, the gap is really starting to open up. My gosh, you're looking at Tilted Towers. Looks like the original, what we used to call the playground days. Drop all the loot, spread it out there, get ready to take your... Tons of extras sitting around, and they don't even look to pile up the big pots or bring them with them. They just leave them there. Like, that's all.
Hide them. What are you doing? That frustrates me a ton, because there's one thing that Fortnite players as a whole and Battle Royale in general, right, is resource denial. And there's some teams like, hey, if you don't have the space to carry an extra chug splash, just go throw it at a tree, throw it at a wall or whatever, so one of these teammates doesn't end up having it. Now, if you're baiting somebody to run towards one of those big pots, which we've seen before, that's totally fine, but just leaving them out there is just offering somebody else to come by and pick up a full 3 stack of shield pots. And while it might not be the most slot efficient thing to be carrying, it's not bad.
No, not bad at all by any means for teams that are especially desperate, because that's usually what happens when you're rotating through a POI like that. You're looking to fill out your loadout, fill out your slots. So look at this. Clicks and Day. Move on over to the coast here. Double AR opener. Switch over to the next target, and that's a beautifully timed tag right there. Another one as well. That's a shield crack onto Serbski. Now comes the full push here. It's not looking good for Flood and Serb right now, who have to fight up against a confident Day who knows they've already taken shields, but they can hear the keg is down.
Shield cake down, also iron wall slam, but they put it again, one up on the ceiling, one up on the side, so that means you should be fighting from one angle, but Serbski backing up out of that box is gonna give Day a really good angle to actually range shot into him, so leaving the protection of those iron walls, not necessarily getting the best advantage, but Clicks takes a couple of shots while he's caught with his builds out, so no return. However, Day just going to work. He's gonna be able to pick up Flood there, isolate him out, get the damage over the top, get the siphon as well, and then he should be looking to group right up with Clicks so they can take this 1v2 confidently onto Serbski, and didn't even need it. Click says, I'll handle my ones, you get yours.
That was such a Clicks thing to do as well, be in such a dangerous position, but you know what? He edits 4 walls before you can even blink and realize what happened, and he just slips his way all the way through to low ground. There's a couple players that can edit fast enough to take fall damage. I believe Clicks is probably one of them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it a little bit going back to that All-Star Invitational. I believe that was the Blueprint battles going through, or the high tier, depending on which one that was there. You did have the opportunity to do a little bit of both there, but the edits coming out aren't going to save Nani as Bucky pushes right down through there. You can see Nico and Polarize also getting Elin themselves. Nick goes down in the feed. Bucky continuing to range shots from above, but Nico hits nearly every bullet from his MK7 there. Great recoil control as Bucky going to have to slam a cone over his head and invest a little bit here into the excess shields.
I like this. Bucky and Cam need a lot of points here, right? They were inside the top 20. They had an issue with Surge leading in later in the last game. So this time around, they're saying, hey, you know what? You're in our drop. We're going to fight you for it. They're going to defend it instead of being a bit more passive and backing out. Here's a look at Polarize and Nico and how that all went down. Big shots being exchanged there. You can see how they end up finding their pickup. But these battles are going to matter. Look at this. We're watching a different rotate that we haven't seen just yet from Booga and Miro here. Instead, this time around, they go to the Condo Canyon. We talked about how when the zone lands on top of you, your strategy will change. This is one of those changes in strategy where they start to mix things up. They end up finding the tag there. It's very important that they do because they are not contested. They don't have many other opportunities to get surge tags.
Yeah, as long as they're able to get surge tags and that kind of go through their game plan checklist, they should be fine. If they're not under threat from Storm Surge, they're both good enough players to be able to rotate, find the space. They don't mistime their rotations, and it's part of the reason why not only are they on top in terms of eliminations, but they are blowing out the rest of the competition when it comes to placement points. It's because they're making every single one of these mid games right now. So we get a little look at the map here. The zone number 3 will be revealed, and we're going pretty much right in the middle of the map here, Monster.
Yeah, going right back north where we started. And one more thing to touch on Booga and Miro's strategy. They're one of the only teams we're watching save their vehicle for the late and mid-game rotates. They're taking that Chonkers, buffed car as far as possible into those games. And that's another reason why they're able to gun their way to those big positions.
Yeah, being able to get those chonkers out Whiplash is so incredible, but Fatch caught way over peaking, and just Rooney finding some amazing shots there, and it looks like Pamstow's trying to get out of dodge, but gets caught there. Just Rooney and Arnstar. Great push, being able to take advantage of the angle. And we talked about this. If you are going to box up your vehicle, have to have an exit strategy immediately. Unfortunately, they parked that one a little too tightly in the garage and couldn't get out without dinging the side mirror.
That's one of those things right there where looking back at it, they're thinking we should have turned the vehicle, should have aimed it at an exit wall. Instead, it was at a near indestructible, obstacle in front of them. And that is what happens when you're not completely prepared for every type of situation. Right there, you saw the Beef falls on over to Jamper and Dukes right now, who have managed to make their way into Coney Crossroad, looking outwards to try to catch any stragglers that they can. Mind you, this is the team that has been struggling with Storm Surge for the last couple of games here today.
Right now, though, trying to find some shots in here. And it was interesting, too, because we were praising them yesterday, how every single time they picked a target, they had 2 MK7s on it, and they were just raining shots down. And even though they weren't finding elims, they're always a couple hundred above Surge. And it just hasn't been the circumstance today. And I don't know whether it's one of them opting into a Ranger. They aren't necessarily getting the positioning they want, but it's going to be something that I'm definitely going to go back and VOD review, because it's been a big part of the reason that Booga and Miro have been able to just capitalize on the amount of space there, because they've been the ones who haven't been under Storm Surge pressure, whereas this team yesterday, who was doing phenomenal with it, just wasn't necessarily finding the same type of success. And right now we see right-hand side 258 below. That's the original line for the teams who are all the way underneath. It updates, and Spade and Chimp, they're doing fine as they hang out in the long grass and look for a little bit of an ambush themselves.
Now looking at Kanata and Acorn, Kanata steps up and gets hit several times, and instead of changing position, he peeks the same exact corner right there. You see what happens when you make that re-peek from the same angle. A little too comfortable with the fact that they have tons of heals inside the box. So now it looks like they went back to go ahead and pick up all that loot. Maybe they heard you talking to the back of their minds, thinking, yeah, maybe we should go pick up this loot, bring it with us. And they do just that. They bring it on up to the base, into the box. On over to D-Roll and Trashy, who are 177 damage below. Very pivotal moment right now that they find these tags, and they did not. So, decision. Do you push? I mean, you kind of have to. They do have a vehicle.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of space here, and with 166 below, 50 seconds on the clock, you can go with rifle tags. The problem is, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, nobody is close to them. So if you don't get those rifle tags, you're just kind of stranded, right? You don't really get a lot of other options, and then you're forced to really start kind of digging in the utility, and here it goes. And this is what we talk about, man. Just like, park your car going straight out there. They will be able to get around the side. Couple seconds delay towards the side, and now here they go, heading straight towards it. Generally, you don't want to head straight towards a fight, but nobody was looking at them, so wasn't able to get the line. D-Roller going to go up, take the high ground, trying to isolate somebody out, but not finding targets in that time. Keeps ticking, instead finds 2 players in a bush. A couple of huge tags, but not sure if we'd be able to get them quite above. We're going to wait for the update on the right-hand side. Looks like other people are getting tags as well, as they're falling farther below, despite getting tags in other places. places. Does get a knock there on the other side, but it looks like that was almost immediately picked up. And no, it wasn't a full knock. Now we'll just find the full knock, but the player was so low that it wasn't enough damage to put them above. They're still below. They'll open up. There's two other duos. Now there's one above. Shots coming from the side, and Monster, this is so tense.
This is so insane because every team here, it looks like they need to find tags, and that's DJ and Yamza who are lurking behind there in the bush, make it a little bit more difficult for D-Roller and Trashy, who, again, gave up that high ground desperately to come down and find some tags. And look at this. They were 90 above, now 1 above. As things start to slip down and players get a little bit more active, there's a team under fire here. It's Cracked and Owl on the right, one of the few that do have that pressure. On the left, though, you see that Trashy and D-Roller holding on by a slither, as only 3 more players have to fall here.
Yeah, and you can see that on the right-hand side, just below, trying to find the shots, trying to sneak a sniper headshot in there. It would have been enough to put it over, but unfortunately, Crack doesn't get it. But it down, Monster, it down is huge in that circumstance, but they get cleaned up, so it's just a little too late. Threats and users will be able to outlast that one. They'll also pick up the additional 6 points, and unfortunately, Trashy D-Roller currently sitting in 8th place, still 9 below here.
Yeah, this is the real problem, is that they were one of the 2 teams, and another team does have to fall here unless they can find the tags, and luckily a player does fall in that brief moment there. And you know what? They have so many heals to work with because of the loot that was sitting here inside the base that it is going to be A-okay. Very rarely do we see a team come back like this, but no! A solo was sitting nearby. It was 20, and his teammate's down in the box. He gets the full finish. In comes the next play, but 20 just had more inside the ammunition. That was almost all over. Luckily, D-Roller does manage to clutch up here, but it's going to cost him so much.
Yeah, great timing there from 20 to drop down, hearing the big pot go off, knowing the player would be tied in the action, and now we'll get a replay of some of the action we missed during the Storm Surge, and we'll see which teams ended up being impacted here. As Redux had a car just come straight on, and it actually looks like he hopped into that car, so nice little micro play from him there, but unfortunately ends up getting taken down. Paper and Nosh pushing forward. They're going to find a pair themselves, able to get that knock, box it up, and then get the confirm, so it's going to feel pretty good as it puts them up above, and then as Nosh ends up getting edited down, going to find the second, just barely trading it out.
Here goes the full finishes. Things have to catch up here. Man, that was a crazy set of engagements there, set of exchanges, a lot of teams falling naturally. Expected to happen. A few more fall. A lot lower. D-Roller stepping back into the storm here. Dipping into the city to go ahead and pick up Trashy. So they're back in the game. Now, mind you, there was plenty, and we mean plenty, of heals. But, uh-oh. This is a 5-tick. Oh, yeah. Good. It's not this good.
This is going to get real rough real fast. They have 10 seconds to make it into the zone, and even with the chonkers at Whiplash, the one chili chug splash is going to buy them an additional 4 seconds, but shots are already coming in. Trying to get it, but Smite and Larson have a direct line. Med miss from D-Roller while Trashy continues driving through. 1 HP in a dream. They're going to get the metal builds up immediately. I think Trashy might have gotten knocked. Yep, there it is there as the update ends up coming through, but D-Roller will end up getting in the zone. However, the reason he ended up dipping back in was to reboot Trashy, so a little bit of tough math there to decide if you ended up getting a net gain in that regard to Smite and Larson with a nice little +3, and they know there's a solo right there.
They know he's weak as well, but they do know that's the player that at least has all the loot. As they can see from Trashy's loot, just a pistol drop. He didn't get much. He came down flying and tried to get as close to the zone as possible before getting picked up in the ride.
Take a look now. It's Cold and Scented picking up a couple of elims here, trying to get themselves back in the conversation with 2 games left. They're up into the top 10. A little bit of a slow start yesterday, but you know what they talk about momentum. Once you get that ball rolling downhill, it doesn't gather a lot of moss. Instead, just picking up points, getting bigger and bigger as they continue rolling and operating on the low ground where they like to be a nice little expanded base around them. But I was just about to ask, how are our leaders doing? And the question is, 267 above in the second surge with 0 elim. So their Storm Surge routes are prime.
Nothing to worry about right now. Not this game. Probably not for any of the next ones as well, as they're getting themselves one step closer to an FNCS championship title here on the new chapter. Going to be one of the first to do it on NA East, but question remains if they can continue to stay consistent. For Smite, though, he's the clutch master here. Finds D-Roller, the solo. Loses Larson, though, unfortunately, because the lobby starts to look inwards. And now, although he is safe inside the zone, he's just 100 damage above here. It seems like the team next door is desperate for tags as well. Have to be cautious that they don't just come pushing on in. Look at the loadout here. This is a big loadout for a player like Smite. Smite can do a lot with this.
Yeah, it does have the 7 minis there. Would hopefully like to find some chug splashes or a med miss, something to allow him to play in the zone so he has a little bit of room for error, but instead going to be relying on the legendary and the mythic loadout on that side. Very up close and personal. A little bit lucky for him as he does pull a relatively close zone. He should be able to only use one of those web slingers to be able to get in. Renegade, as he clicks bottom right hand side of your screen, try to find a little bit of space here. Wants to get the revive on today. And it will go off. He has the time. He should be able to stick it. Zone isn't going to start rotating for another 30 seconds. They have plenty of excess shields, but I don't see any white HP in his loadout. Not sure if there's some in days, so we're going to swing on over to Dukes and Jamper. And one thing, Monster, that's in common with all of these teams we've looked at, they're all on the top of the leaderboard, and they're all under a ton of pressure, except our current leaders, who are big chilling.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just a difference in positioning right now and overall tournament play. We did see Shadow in the perspective there too, so he is somewhere alive nearby Dukes and Jamper. But on screen though, Nets is well below the surge here. The one solo that is below the surge. Players are listening to this go down. False alarms here from the side. Nets though grabs the wall. Hold up. Okay, locks up a player, finds himself 3 points, takes a launch pad, and out he goes. It's just enough to stay alive, so fighting for his right now. On the other side, Dukes and Jamper doing what they can to just go ahead and keep a low profile, not attract attention here.
We also saw doing that little exchange. Spade ended up picking up an Elam in the feed. Currently up on the high ground. Avery and Muzz, who've been quiet today, making it out of covert, though. Quickly, we've talked about how so many duos are there. If they're able to kind of get running, get some points on the board, they might be able to leapfrog. But on our right-hand side, Monster, we've talked about it maybe being a chance, maybe being clutched up. We've looked at the exchange of points as we've looked at the total points going through. If Booga and Miro pick up any amount of significant points here, it's over. It's done unless there is an absolute record-breaking performance. We could be looking at the Axe of Champions being handed out right now because they are leading in elims, they're leading in placement points, and they're just leading in overall style when it comes to how they've been playing this entire weekend here in the FNCS Finals for NA East.
Lot of review-worthy gameplay so far. By far the best team.
We must review this.
Yeah. Absolutely. Need to update that. You being photoed there, but hold up. Let's see it. This is a run into the zone right now to try to get ahead, possibly look for the pad in, but Chip and Spade on the other side. 250 above the surge here. Zone starting to pull, favorite to their general location here. Plenty of mats to work with as well. Here's a team that can still get up there on the standings. Don't count him out just yet. Smite as well. Whoa, he's alive here. Flying his way across the map right now, just trying to stay in the runs. One more team falls, Smite will earn some placement points and then continue to earn placement points all the way through the very end. The Spade and Chip is on the very back side of the rotate right now. Chip almost close to sitting inside the storm line, but does sneak his way around, but no, Spade gets lost on the edge there. Now, Chip left as a solo here to play this one out. Pressure. Things just got a lot more difficult for him on high ground. Kanata and Acorn trying to go for the back-to-backs right now. Can they get another win? Is what they're playing for here.
They're trying to push themselves into the conversation. That's on the left side of your screen, but Bugga and Miro are still up, still hip to hip. Miro's taking a bunch of damage, so you can see that. Smite still solo, still running through. He picked up an Elam onto Pledge to get him a very key refresh. However, he's only on wood builds. That's in the bottom right-hand corner. We're going to zoom in. He tries to put the heavy shotgun to work. Skeet shooting, but not going to find those clay pigeons in the sky, not getting the tags he needs. As we still keep an eye on the top left-hand corner, Acorn and Kanata have been pushed out from the high ground. It's Qua and Magnolia who are going to take it away, and they're raining shots down, but no eliminations for them. They need to start picking them up if they want to rocket up that leaderboard and get a little bit higher in that placement. But, I mean, Monster, we got to focus on it because this could be the W right here as they're into the cascading placement points. Another top 20 performance. Miro, though, no excess shields, no excess white HP, minus that pepper, which he just popped in. They're running low on builds.
At this point, just give him a little moment. He might just find the siphon. They've managed to play out of their minds absurdly all the day here on high ground. It's a little battle going down, but Quan Magnolia don't have much heals to work with, so I don't know what they're thinking there, as they also don't even have ammo to work with. But Chimp as well is in a much different position here. He has to fall to low ground or sit in the storm and tank it out. Does it bounce back is the question. This is what he's hoping happens. It does, so he will be able to see just A-okay as things get a little bit closer. One more tick is all he's got here. Out he goes. Nicely done there. If that would have went any other way, that would have been game and Raptor. Instead, he gets to stay alive and earn a little bit more. These heals, very important. Smite's still alive. Smite is still alive here in the low ground. He's fighting. He takes out J2 and Oliver OG. Smite is going crazy here. Talk about a player who is clutching up to earn big points. Stay close inside this competition. That's Smite for you today. Chip doing the same thing, though, is now he's got his second elimination here for the team. So far, so good. But now, out of builds, what can they do here?
Yeah, but look who's still up on his feet. Booga might be down, but we talked about it. You eliminate one, you have to deal with the others. He drops in another 4 points over. He'll get taken out, but a top 6 performance from Booga and Miro. It has to feel like it's been enough, unless something ridiculous happens in Game 12. They've played an absurd performance, but right now, trying to push themselves in contention for that second place spot. We have 6 and 8 still up. Commandant and Stretch pushing down. That's the Yamso getting cleaned up, but Stretch also gets picked up, so now it's Commodore trying to push his way through, looking for a little bit of space over towards the front side of the zone, but he is on absolute low. Gonna slam down the iron wall, trying to play some footsie around the outside, but the zone cuts off the space. He's able to tap and dance, and his number gets cut short. As Cold and Sentin continue to try and rain shots down, we have a 2v1, v2, and that'll get picked up as PlayFi goes down, and now it's Elite and Tabney versus Sentin and Cold. 2v2, match 11 here, Monster.
Definitely right now. 10 eliminations on a low ground. Big game for Tabney. But hold up. Fight going up top. Looks like Death pushes up a little too soon. And Cold melts him 2 pieces there. Sentin now with a follow-up. Here comes the full finish. Sentin gets it. Nicely done. He leaves the body, though. Doesn't go for the siphon. So it's all or nothing right now. Big risk coming through as Tabney. Sneaking by. Also comes in. There goes the down body. But Sentin was quick and so was Cold. And in they come for the elimination and the victory royale.
Great presence of mind there from Cold to keep up the pressure, but we saw so many of the top duos continue to drop, but who yet again claims another top 10 performance, top 6, a couple of elims to him. Miro and Booga, I think it's done, Monster. I think unless something utterly ridiculous happens. We'll take a look here of Sentin and Cold pick up their victory royale with, I believe, 6 eliminations when all is said and done. But I mean, I think we're going to be giving those axes right on back to Booga and Miro.
Yeah, right now, that is the story. That's what it's looking like here, guys. Now, the only thing that can change this up is if Booga and Miro manage to get taken out very, very early, and the second and third place teams who have been keeping up with the pace, they're just a game behind, but that game has not been let up by Booga and Miro just yet. So, you know, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and that game is going to need to be a victory royale and a bunch of eliminations. But rather than have us speculate, let's kick it on over the desk. They'll break down the scenarios, the leaderboard, and what we got. Gents, take it away.
Excellent, fellas. Thank you so much. Obviously, Cold and Sentin there. They came, I think, Game 8 today. 10 eliminations came second. Now, the victory royale in Game 11 with 6 eliminations. Their performance today, Vivid, has been stellar.
Yeah, they've really shown up today. You know, not a solid, really anything before this day, during this FNCS, we expected so much more out of Sentin and Cold. And finally, on day number 2, I feel like we are getting what we expected. They are playing so well today. And going into this last game, they are really putting a fight up for a high place in FNCS. And I am all for it. This is adding so much storyline to this FNCS as we close it up here. And I am just so excited to see what happens.
Yeah, we were talking about it. They still have a really good shot at top 5 after being nowhere near the top of the leaderboard heading into today. And you love to see this comeback, the story of Sentin and Cold. Like you mentioned, Vivid, they were one of the best duos before FNCS and then really seemed to stumble during this FNCS, but now coming on strong really late. And unfortunately, it's going to be a little short of Booga and Miro, but ultimately, that's still a huge change of prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Sundown MDF alluded to it as well. You know, Booga and Miro, it looks like it's a done deal at this point. We'll look at the leaderboards in a second here, but Again, Viv, SPG, the 1-2 combination of these two just seems unstoppable right now. And the fact that they don't seem to be challenged really at the top of the table right now. It's been consistently the entirety of today. They went to the top position yesterday after Game 6, and they've retained it all day long here, Vivid. What's been the defining factor for you? Why are these guys at the top right now comparatively to anybody else in this lobby?
They've been basically impossible to take out before the top 10. And we know that once you get into that top 10, it's just so many placement points, and that's where their consistency is coming from. We saw Bugha right there go down in the end game, right? And we were sitting backstage, and I was like, oh, there goes Bugha. And then, SVG was joking, yeah, but Miro's still alive. And sure enough, he finds another elimination. And it's just crazy how solo, they just do it again and again.
Yeah, it's incredible. And just the mid-ground play, forcing everyone off their lair. They own literally whatever they want in this lobby. It is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I mean, let's have a look at the leaderboard right now as it stands after Game 11 with one game left here in NAE to go. That is Game 12 coming your way. But as you can see right now, this is how it stands. Miro and Bugha retain top spot. They are currently 69 points in the lead right now. Unless something crazy happens, like a team decides to contest them at Chonkers and change things up completely, can Spade and Chimp catch up here, Vivid?
Yeah, I mean, listen, 69 points behind. We know that a victory royale gives 32. That would have to be a victory royale with like 10 plus eliminations. I just don't see that happening. But hey, anything is possible. And we've talked a little bit about how this top 5 is just so close. Look at this. 8th place, we have a Clicks with 254. And then in 4th place, we have Acorn and Kanata 273. Really only a 19-point difference separates 8th and 4th right now. Anything can happen.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And everyone's essentially playing for second place here. When someone comes in like Miro and Bugha just on fire, you got to tip your cap, but you still got to do the best that you can. And anyone on this page, I'd say from 8th to 2nd, like you said, Vivid, can make that play for that second spot and really take over. This is going to be a close final battle here for these last few spots.
I mean, lads, all it's going to take, and it's totally possible here, is that Bugha and Miro get 0 points, nothing at all in this next game, and then Chimp and Spade get 13 eliminations and a victory royale. I mean, Vivid, we're not asking too much here.
No, not at all, But then, I don't know, that's just so hard to do. And we've seen them get plenty of elimination. Chimp and Spade right now do have the second most eliminations, but guess who they are behind? Bugha and Miro, they have the most eliminations. So how are you going to take these guys out early in the end game? It's just not possible. They're just so well-rounded.
Yeah, I don't know what's more likely, Bugha and Miro getting a 0-point game or someone getting a 13 Elim victory royale, because both seem very unlikely at this point.
Hey, but FNCS Finals, we always say, boys, anything is possible, okay? Destiny would do its thing, all right? But you guys at home, though, do let us know if Bugha and Miro are going to go all the way. To let us know who you think is going to come second, third, perhaps as well, because it's so tight, as we just saw there as well. There's so many teams in contention, and every single one of those places, there's a big difference in prize pool earnings as well. So let us know. It's all to play for all of our teams in that top 10. Let's have a look at our Game 12 right now, because the action awaits us. The very last game of FNCS Finals here at NAE this season, Chapter 3, Season 1. Let's head over to MDF and a Sundown. Fellas, bring it home. Let's do it. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. One more match to go, Monster. And if we were reading a novel, going and seeing a movie, all that, as far as I'm concerned, the big action scene has happened. We've seen the climax. We know how this all plays out. But what's left after that is the denouement, the falling action. Who places second? Who's able to just edge out an opponent for a bigger paycheck? That's what's on the line here in Game 12.
Yeah, absolutely. Life-changing opportunity on the line for players like Smite and Larson, Spade and Chimp, Acorn, Kanata. There's so many that are really in contention for second and third place. I mean, the list goes on to about top 10 or so, and there's a lot of new faces in there that would love to take home any of these top-seeded spots. We're talking about so much tournament prizing that's on the line here.
Yeah, and there's all the clout and the notoriety that ends up coming with it, and it being one of the largest and most competitive regions going through. But the stakes are on the table. Now we'll see who will clear it away in cash out as we head in to match number 12.
It's been a long road to the FNCS Finals, but here we are. The final game of NA East is underway here. Game number 12 in the last time today. for the last time NA East to date. Players get to take to the Fortnite world. On screen, you're watching what will be your FNCS champions Miro and Booga take to the world. Their drop spot Chonkers Speedway has just done them so well today, but more importantly, the strategy that they've managed to put into play has been review worthy. We've talked about you can learn so much from players that excel the way they have.
Yeah, the one thing I will note here is the one time they had a little bit of difficulty yesterday was on a very long bus path like this, where they had to fly farther, and the team who landed at Rocky was able to grab an MK7 and then shoot Booga out of the air. However, that quote-unquote struggle still ended up being one of their stronger games. So just noting the impact the bus path can have on the overall game as Booga checks his surroundings, tries to figure out where people are so he can rotate on in. And we'll just kind of get a look at their loot path as no one is anywhere remotely near them. And we'll flip on over to the other side, and when all is said and done over at the Grove, Rise and Agers will just barely edge out Nouns and Sprite 7-5. That was pretty close, Monster.
Yeah, at least they get to come out on top in the final game here, but overall, they threw away what could have been their tournament, all due to losing those 3 early game takeouts. But not to mention, last game we talked about how, you know, being out of the competition for those first couple games will offset you. You'll be cooled down. You don't have the hot fingers, and they don't pretty much weren't able to do much. They slipped even further down the ranking, so now they're in top 17. Can they pop off this game and reach a top 10? It's possible.
Yeah, so if you are watching at home, you're probably wondering, what do I care about as a viewer? Well, if Chimp and Spade go down, Booga and Miro win. If Booga and Miro get a point, Booga and Miro win. Honestly, in 99.99999% of circumstances, Booga and Miro get the FNCS win. The only way that doesn't end up happening if Spade and Chimp have a monstrous, and I mean monstrous, record-breaking game so far here in the duos and end up winning it, and Booga and Miro go down. So that means, unless you see their names in the top left-hand corner, either way, we're going to start to focus on what all the other duos need to do in order to kind of get ahead of the people who are immediately near them. We'll take a look because Reciprocal and 20 have put down a decent amount of pressure here, and oh, I love that, hopping in his own boat, not letting him even remotely think about getting away.
Yeah, there's no way you're escaping that. And to your point, yes, it has been a Booga and Miro kind of weekend. The broadcast has had them on stage so many times today. Now it's time to highlight those other players that are fighting for the big tournament money and prizing as well. There's still loads to be earned here for Star and Cinnaruni. They're going to be our early game news right now. Little fights here to keep us nice and busy as we start to get to that end game. Nice job for Cinnaruni there, putting one of the first victors. First big Elans that we've seen from him on the day here. Okay, take home your little highlights. Nicely done there as he grabs up Flood there. On the other side, though, looks like OMG Me Too gets caught in the crossfire here up against Jackson and Fable Taco. We've seen this fight go down the last 2 rounds, and they were on top. This time, they finally get exchanged on.
Yeah, but we've seen, though, that Shadow and Me Too have done a very good job when one of them does go down. Disengage the situation, find a way to kind of give them a little wiggle, give them a little strafe, lose the bogey in there, and then double back. We've seen them be able to reboot and get people back up on their feet. However, as we've harped on pretty much the entirety of the weekend, that's not necessarily a recipe for success. If you want to win a match, you are dealing against the statistical odds there. See Teo and Pledge trying to find a little bit of room to operate. They're right on that 21st, 20th line, so looking to end up on the north side of that 20 for that payday, but Vert on the other side trying to fight defensively here and back them down a little bit.
Yeah, looking to break this whole build down. Down it comes. It was just a solo hidden inside. Only Vert. Up comes Teo here. Great cone, great catch. Ooh, that's a full box if I've seen one. And then comes the double edit from the sides there. Nicely done, but Pledge punished in the process. Now comes a fresh duo swinging on in. They're coming in quickly now. Okay, it's Princess Wolf and AMT will manage to jump into the fight right now.
AMT hoping not to live up to the name. AMT misses a lot and put the pressure on. They've done a very good job when they've been able to kind of get in these types of situations, but pincer movements can be a little bit difficult. You can see good defensive pressure coming out from Teo and Pledge, trying to get together in the box. Good shot trade out onto Princess Wolf there to back them down a little bit, not let them really get the angle. They are doing a good job of making sure they pressure and holding the right hand, but not finding any actual tags. And Can actually see an open up there from AMT. Will get some good damage onto Pledge. Should have been calling a white tag out there. If they can find Pledge, they should be able to finish it. Teo gets a shield pop, so he's going to get back down as we see in the feed. Pump actually ends up picking up Commandant as AMT and Princess Wolf get a nice little clean pick up there.
That's pretty rough for Commandment, though, that we just watched get fully finished there by Nani as that fight was all going down. So the knock and finish come through in quick succession there. That means Commandment and Stretch are going to be in a tight situation for a great placing spot here leading into the end of the tournament. Keep in mind that we're in 6th place. This is a team that can realistically take home a 2nd or 3rd right now. That's, by all means, amazing for an FNCS.
Yeah, and one thing to note too, when Booga and Miro have been so dominant, particularly on day 2, they've eaten up a lot of the points. That means the rest of the leaderboard is just that much closer, and that there's that much more on the line in this game if you are able to put it all together, if you are able to get that victory royale, and you're one of those teams who is in kind of like that 15th to 20th range. You're making yourself literally tens of thousands of dollars and put it all together. I always throw it back to the World Cup. Everyone remembers Booga kind of having that moment in Game 6 where he knew he had won, he had all the points there, he kind of sits back and like puts his hand over his head. But everyone wasn't watching Crew at that time, who went from 66 to 6 with a 6 Elam victory royale. And we've seen that at times here in the FNCS where everyone's like, oh, we don't have a whole lot to play for right at the end. But the team who's able to buckle down and really get out that last performance gets themselves a payday, gets themselves a result. And that could be any of these teams here. I mean, Death and Tabney, they're right on that line too with 158.
And not to mention, you know, these results do matter. They carry on with you, right? It kind of shows your worth and your value coming from season to season for the most part. This is what a lot of other players look to when they start to determine and decide, all right, what have you done? What are your accolades, right? How good are you placing inside these FNCSs? You have to play them out all the way through to the end. These are, of course, the best 50 in our region, so hats off to everyone who's made it this far. But, of course, now, getting a great ranking out of this is always something to marvel at. As now Tabney and Def are trying to fight their way on up.
And again, can't stress enough just how difficult it is to even get to this point in the competition. This is the best of the best, and at any point in time, if we're ever critical or critiquing the gameplay or going through, just remember that these players are not only infinitely better than myself and maybe half infinitely better than Monster, because he's definitely still got more hands than me. But they put in the work, and we talk about the skill difference between these guys. It's the smallest of things. That's why we talk about, hey, really good job pressing that advantage there, because when you get one, you have to go, and it makes it all that much more impressive when you see players like Booga and Miro who are doing it across not only different game modes but with different teammates and just still putting up these results time and time again.
It's a very important fight though on screen because Dukes and Jamper are looking to get their way into the competition here. Shadow gets found in the feed there. That might be your 9th place team out of the competition all the way, looking to slip down. So that's a position that's going to open up inside the top 10 for others to go ahead and strike at. For Dukes and Jamper, though, this is a fight that not only means all the serve, but also the points to get back to where they need to be. Some stray shots come flying past them. They don't flinch at all. Instead, they jump on in. If they get in this box now, they can get 12 points out of this. That's 1 elim. There's another on the other side. They actually get 2, so Jamper picks up the 6. 6 more are definitely available. There's no shields on Milks.
I'm just going to continue to keep an eye on that top left because I'm going to call it when we hit 35 duos. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if Booga and Miro earn a point, like, that's good enough. They're into the placement points. They've done it every single time. They haven't had that. Like, as soon as we see 35 go through, I'm done with this hypothetical, oh, like, maybe somebody has a chance. No, they've won once it's there in that circumstance. So that's the next big moment we're going to see on our screen.
Coming up pretty closely right now. This lobby really beginning to thin out, the fastest of the day. You expected. It's been a long tournament weekend. Take a look at the highlights. Part of the reasoning to how quickly the battles are starting to close out, wrap up. Players looking to sit back and reset for the next season. Visuals with what might be some family members nearby there watching him play out.
I hope that's a family member. Otherwise, dude, you have a ghost over your shoulder and you need to go get out of dodge. But yeah, mannequin challenge right there. And I think that clip in particular, Illis with some fantastic shots, but it shows the strength. And I've talked about it all the time. Everyone just kind of like tosses those auto shotguns out. But in early on engagements, in box-to-box fights, especially with these players, you talked about how good they are. They don't miss those shots, right? They're putting the full crosshair on. That thing chunks.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. Damage that is just, again, it can change an entire battle around, can change your entire tournament position up because, when you start to get ripped up, if a team's close enough, they're going to jump in. And honestly, if they have the mythic web slingers, we've already seen fights initiate just off the bat, especially in the early game when there's more distance between the teams and you have more room to do stuff like that. Ooh, that sniper shot was so close to connect. Wall comes down just to tie up that one too. A-Code a little bit higher. He could have had a headshot there that I would have been happy to see go down.
I love watching people carry the sniper. I figured we'd probably
I wish we had more.
That's what I'm saying. I thought we would see more in the adaptation. I feel like it's probably because we had a little bit of a slightly condensed FNCS that we didn't necessarily have the time come through. Like, we're just now starting to see players be like, hey, this Ranger rifle is pretty good if you're able to pick headshots, right? Like, at the start of the season, it was, oh, if you're not running in MK7 and dual stingers, like, what are you even doing? But largely, we've seen the duo meta has boiled down to what Jamper and Dukes are doing, and right now, little update, Booga has the only car elim of the entire FNCS finals, so leading in points, eliminations overall, and car eliminations monster. They got every category on lock.
It's probably a record for all FNCSs. I don't. Oh, wait, never mind. Maybe if you count vehicle plane season, maybe there was one or so in there. And either way, impressive, impressive nonetheless. Picking up accolades here. In this,
we don't talk about winner round 2018 monster. We don't talk about that.
True. We'll leave it there. Stretch, however, is a solo right now, just barely above the search.
Looking for a little bit of space here over on the side, as again, we've talked about it. I mean, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner, waiting for people to do things, waiting for people to push through, but with so many players going down, there's not that many players over Storm Surge, so the action has largely been front-loaded. But look at these guys, even just throwing shots over towards the side, Booga ends up getting the confirm onto Polarize. He didn't get the knock, so no points going over, but, I mean, no eliminations, 300 above Surge, just 2 more duos need to go down. That clock is ticking, but they might as well just release the confetti because they're going to be the champs monster.
Get the confetti ready. I'm sure they'll be dancing in their boxes as the game continues to develop on too. We'll get plenty of that. Just wait for it. The celebrations start to come on in. For Clicks and Day, though, no time to celebrate just yet. They're well within a top 10 spot right now, well within striking for second or third if they can turn up just a little bit here. And this is a fight that could result in 6 points being gifted to them. They are above the search. They don't have to activate it. They don't have to force it.
But somebody who might have to look for a little bit of action here is Stretch. However, the one thing to note, because he is a solo, there is still another duo. And as long as that other duo who is getting hit isn't the only other solo in the lobby, they will both be taking damage. So if they end up going down, Stretch can just wait it out. However, the duo is going to have more access to utility. So while Stretch is just trying to heal this out, he only has the 6 minis, which is only going to buy him about the 30 seconds he's going to get there. And we'll see where the other surge is going off. It looks like it might be sending in cold with the shield kit going off on him. It is. They're currently our top 5 duo, but like I said, extra utility on them. They're fine. Nope, they're actually above.
Yeah, I was going to say 71 players now, and Stretch is the only one getting tagged, so just so happened to turn out that way for him. Although he found the tag there in the distance, that's not going to be enough either. Still 5 below here. Clock is ticking as now he's popping the med kit. Let's see if it was well timed. As again, this is a team that was in 7th place coming in. Now, all wraps. My pick for the day, the team I expected to do amazing, if not best. All in all, still a great performance out of them this last game. A lot shorter than what they were expecting as well. Losing Commandment early, man, it's a tough thing to fight back from for any duo.
So I was able to pick up a couple of the small fries, just extend it a little bit, but unfortunately the gas station sushi is only going to sustain you for so much as he gets taken down. That's the end of their FNCS, and just falling a little bit short of probably where they would have wanted to be, but still a good run. Good run on their side. Not going to be too upset, but Monster, you see that number in the top left-hand corner? That's less than 35, right?
Here we go. We're earning that placement points here, Sundown, as you called, as you expected. Chimp and Spade now have officially probably lost their chance at
No,
first.
it's done. It's done. I'm not saying probably. It's done. There's no shot. Like
Chimp and Spade fight for second in the last game.
They currently hold the lead on second place. So now we're going to shift the storyline over. Congratulations, Boogamira. We'll celebrate after the fact. You'll get your Axe of Champions in a little bit. Amazing season, all that. Now what we're immediately focused on, Smite and Larson still up. Spade and Chimp still up. The battle for second is there. And then who is going to be able to capitalize on this opportunity, knowing that Boogamira probably aren't going to push for that win, knowing that they just want to accumulate as many points as possible. You can potentially leapfrog somebody else, but the game's going to be a little bit differently paced because so many teams have gone down earlier. So this next mid-game, the second zone surge, depending on where fourth circle drops in the next 3 seconds, things are going to get very interesting.
Yeah, with how many teams are taken out already, it's a lot of damage opportunities removed from the game, and this is where having zone early and just getting that little bit of luck is going to favor you much, much more, as you don't want to be the teams rotating late. Not when there's this much space open on the field. Less builds means more sight lines for opponents. As you see, Smart and Larson just based up alongside Acorn. There in Kanata. Here's Scented and Cold, who are once again find themselves in an upwards climb here. Right? They're up in 5th place. No Lelands just yet this game, but talk about a comeback story for several different duos that we've seen today, just putting up monstrous performances. I mean, Cold and Scented have been very, very consistent today, as have Smite and Larson, so we'd love to see it. Even Kanata and Acorn rocket their way all the way back with those victory royales and high ground plays, so very, very impressive. I mean, teams that are earning their way to top 5 absolutely fought for it here so far in day 2.
Yeah, the top 5 has been absurdly consistent, and it's just been tough to cover when their consistency is then in comparison to one of the better just full tournament performances we've seen on NA East out of Booga and Miro, where you don't necessarily get those super high highs, but they've just been doing everything very cleanly. Taking all the boxes here as we see Cold trying to find a line of sight there. I'm looking at the top part of the screen. He's got some great angles. Now we'll swing on over to Chimp and Spade. And again, don't forget, they're the ones who are currently holding that second place spot. So when we go back to that tournament management conversation, right, they don't have to necessarily push for elims. Just getting the placement points and going through, unless Smite and Larson really start lighting up the feed, they should be okay to just play a little bit more defensively.
Look at this. They're right on the border. 125 damage in the surge. They find a vehicle there. That could be huge for them. And it comes out. There's no way they're going to line up for Spade and Chimp here, right? Yes, they do. A couple tags are earned from that. The vehicle's about to explode, and down they go. And take a look at this as Spade now is trying to find the rest of those tags, force that team out of the box. For Cold and Sentido, however, they are 8 above the surge, just barely here. So they will also need to continue to find some tags here.
Yeah, and that'll turn on in 20 seconds. That number has just been dropping the entire time, but Cold is just scoped all the way in, hiding behind the cone, using that first-person peek advantage, and finding some great tags. There's 2 different headshots, 3 different body shots, trying to see if he can't even find maybe a cheeky elim there on the backside of the zone against the player rotating out. Yet another body and headshot coming through on the right side of your screen there. Knifer and Bylot 49 below, but you see Knifer able to chain a couple of shots through 57 below, but they've already started investing their chili chug splashes. That 25 damage every 5 seconds is coming through, and we're going to swing on over to the duo who's under the pressure. Storm at their back, Lobby being thrown into him, and now Storm Surge begins firing off too. They got to go.
We saw what happens when they get contested off the drop and they were taken out. It managed to have them slip down so low down the standings here now, just inside the top 13, and they're still below the surge here. 2 more heals left here. They're going to negate some of the damage, but that's not enough to survive the full tick. So I'll go Violent Crew Intel box. It's a 2-man there. They find one. Can they get the second? Yes, the AR comes out. Jamper falls. Oh, that means they caught Duke. Okay, this is huge, but no, Duke was just strong enough there. Just enough ammo inside the inventory. I mean, for all we know, rifle could have been exchanged out of the hands of Knifer there, but whoa, whoa, whoa. Now the zone's pulling here, so Jamper's going to drop what he can. Heals go down. Can he get to safety here? Yes, he can.
That quick chug splash is coming out right there from Dukes to cover him immediately. Has the guzzle juice as well, so as long as he doesn't take a tick from the zone that should be able to top him off. Has excess shields there, so a little bit of potentially inefficient chug splashes, but it's fine, saying we need as much HP as we can, and we need every help we can, so hop in the truck, cue the music, and let's go straight into zone. We've seen these rotations, and in the top left-hand corner, Booga is taken down, but we're into the top 25. Haven't seen Miro fall. There is still 2 rounds of placement points with Smite and Larson still up on their feet. Again, though, shouldn't matter. Should still be the dub going over to them as Dukes, without his buddy Jamper, looking for a little bit of space. 3 limbs to his name so far. And on the right side, here's Miro just trying to run it out, but we've seen solo clutches coming out from him today, and it should be fine.
Yeah, Miro just looking to pad up the highlights here, make a big play for the victory lap at the end right now, but Dukes has a lot to fight for right now as he gets targeted, loses the wall, but doesn't even flinch to go in and throw a counter wall up. Instead, he sits back, watches, and tries to avoid line of sight here. He is in 6th place currently. 24 duos remaining now in the lobby. That's placement point being given out. On high ground, though, Kanata and Acorn looking to set themselves up for a victory royale, a fight for second, to jump up to second if they can go ahead and pull in a win now.
Here, rotation ends up coming out. Launch pads were popped on the backside of the zone. That's Fego and Charlie taking to the air, one of the first end games we've seen them in. We're going to hop on over here. Smite and Larson, they're on the outside looking in from that top 2 spot, but the placement points keep taking over. They have the opportunity to push for it and potentially overtake Spade and Chimp. That's what we're going to be keeping an eye on. But then also, I just have to mention it, Miro picked up another Elim, just doing solo champion type things. Is actually towards the front side of the zone, so this kid is just ridiculous. But Chimp and Spade right now find an Elim on the backside of the zone, trying to stretch that lead between them and Smite and Larson. Spade was able to find another one, so that's 2 Elims going over to them.
This is actually massive for them to hold this 2nd place right now. They're fighting for it, right? Because you have your 3rd place Smite and Larson still very much in this game. Chimp, though, however, gets stacked up big time, and down he goes. Smite, however, on the bottom side is looking much, much better now that they're finally 14 above the Surge. So they're just barely above it, and 8 players are going to have to go down now. Surge is definitely going to turn on in just a little bit if they don't continue to fight their way through. In the feed, Rise goes down, Pantsu goes down. These are big exchanges there now. Chimp and Spade, though, are still in this game now.
Right now, we talked about the battle for first already being just completely locked up, but in the top right, we have second. In the bottom right, we have third. And then on the left side of your screen, on the high ground, we have 4th place. So the battle for second is on, while the Axe of Champions are going over to Miro and Booga as he continues another absurd solo run. Second, third, and fourth are all putting it on the line, trying to battle it out. Acorn and Kanata need to press. They need Elims. They need to make up the point gap. They're behind by not an insignificant amount. Smite and Larson, same thing. They need to put the pedal to the metal a little bit. The Elims are equal, but you can see Dukes and Jamper picking up some more points, trying to close themselves in on that battle. Just keeping an eye on the top left, going up for the high ground. Spade, plenty of builds. Great cone off there, and Cam gets taken down. That's a refresh, but how many builds does it get from it? Only picks up 5, so missing a decent portion of that refresh there. Trying to go back, seeing if there's more builds, seeing if there's more loot. He'll get it. He'll pick up the armored wall as well. Picks up some much-needed chug splashes to get himself back up, as again, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner of the feed. Second, third, and fourth, all still battling it out.
Yeah, definitely, and in the mid-ground, here it is. Duke's still alive as a solo right now, fighting his way on up, but he still has to manage to overtake his way out of 6th place, even with these 7 eliminations as a team right now. Dukes has really been putting up the numbers here. In between them lies all types of players right now. He is just slipping and sliding his way through right now. That's the enemy wall behind him. There goes the replace. He doesn't want to be standing on top of any of these enemy builds on high ground. It's Chimp versus Nosh. Chimp manages to maintain it. Shots come in from the front side of the zone there. That's Magnolia trying to put his focus on the numbers here, but Spade is now officially out of the competition. It's up to Chimp all by himself. Now, last we checked, he was about 3 or 4 eliminations ahead of the players behind him. Can he find a little bit more to continue to give him the cushion and maintain the 2nd place spot? We're talking tens of thousands of dollars on the line right now for Chimp. Great wall right there. Even better shot than follow-up. Nicely done there. Down goes Duke. A little bit less competition for him, and yes, he manages to clutch himself out and catch his way all the way back into this, but the double focus, it's from the top, it's from the bottom. Great terrain change there as well, as he's trying to just avoid the pressure here. Chimp is putting it all on the line right now for this positioning here. He wants this money more than anyone, and now it realizes it all sets in here. He's out of builds. What can he do? Can he find any much more here?
He needs to find some room. Miro finally went down in 6 play. Chimp dropping down the backside of the zone, finds the knock. He needs to get the confirm, and he gets it. He finds one. He finds two. Joji goes down. Chimp trying to do everything he can to get into a second. It's a 1v1v1. Larson finally ended up getting taken down, and then smacked down. It's Nosh getting to it. He swings towards the front of the zone. Magnolia trying to close it out here. Game number 12. Miro and Booga won. Did Chimp and Spade do enough? Chimp with the individual clutch going through should have picked up the second place, but who, for the bragging rights, wins the final 1v1 here? 20th against 19th. Direct leaderboard implications, direct paycheck implication, as Magnolia with the builds continues to just fight Nosh off, keeping the high ground, trying to get Nosh out in the open. Nosh now out of builds. The floor place comes through, and it should be all she wrote as Magnolia closes it out. That's it, Monster. 12 games down. Are you surprised by our winners?
Not at all. Not after they played that first day and then started off with a very strong second here. But FNCS Finals has been exciting across the board. And man, oh man, Chimp kept it real there at the end. You know, what a standout performance for all of our professional players today. At the end, though, Magnolia and Quap get to say they took home a victory out here in the FNCS Finals. That's something to be proud of.
Yeah, and a nice little swap there. 19th against 20th, getting the elim and the VR, just swapping it back on over, saying, nah, I'm going to take that one away from you, but what a set of games, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of fireworks there. Celebrations in the air now for Booga and Miro, who surely have played out of their minds right now. And man, you know, undisputed best on the scene right now. You know, the conversation will go on, but they're just proving it with the numbers.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance, but that is it from us on the desk. Thank you so much for myself, Sundown, and Monster D-Face. And one last thing, with everything going on in the world, choose love. There's so much hate out there. Just love one another. Tell your family, tell your friends, coworkers, whoever, and if you don't have them, just remember, I love you. Thank you guys so much. Adam, Vivid, SPG, take it away.
Yeah, we love you guys too, and totally agree with all the sentiments there, Sundown. I mean, you know, speaking of out of their minds, the players here, the casting as well, has been absolutely electric over the course of the last few weeks. So big shout out to Monster D-Face and Sundown there for absolutely eliminating it for us all here on broadcast. Guys, we had an amazing end game there again. Game 12 is done. I mean, we must focus on some of the teams. We'll get to the winners very shortly, but for now, let's talk Smite and Larson first here, Vivid. I mean, these guys have come through today. They've given us so much entertainment value as well today. It's been great performance from them, and it's, I mean, as with so many duos today, it's been a real fun opportunity to see a team that is increasingly getting better and better season upon season as well.
Yeah, it's incredible to see Smite and Larson clutch up here a top 3. I'm pretty sure we will see when we see that final leaderboard, but it's been, you know, they kind of put themselves on the map when they were taken out, Sentinel and Cold consistently in those semifinals a week ago. And that's when I was kind of like, wow, like these guys are clearly good, because they were taking out the likes of Sentinel and Cold in fights, who we were talking up to be such good fighters. So it is great to see them have a good run on day number 2 here and clutch up that top 3.
It's almost like we got to see the evolution of these players. We started to see them winning early game fights, then we started to see them take and win some mid game fights, but then struggle in the end game, and now today they put it all together and really placed well. And Adam, another team, Chimp and Spade, those guys showed us so much this entire tournament.
They did. And do you know what we said prior to this last game as well? We were saying, oh, you know, they need 30 eliminations and a victory royale. I think they came third and had 8 eliminations. So Vivid, they did pretty good considering.
Yeah, definitely did pretty good. These guys just did such a good job of gathering eliminations. I'm pretty sure if they found 8 right there, I don't think Mira and Booga found too many, so they might actually top the amount of eliminations that we've seen out of anybody. And they just put on such a show for us. You know, the race was on for a little bit. They were some points behind after like game 3 and game 4, but Booga and Mira are just way too good to keep up with. But Chimp and Spade nonetheless put on a show, showing that they deserve to be up here on top of this leaderboard.
Oh yeah, and Chimp put together some beautiful clutches by himself. We saw one yesterday, we saw one here today, just securing so many points. And that's the changing of hands of thousands of dollars. I mean, I can only imagine if he's able to come around this ramp right here, hit that shot, I would have gone berserk. Like, that would have been something incredible to see.
It really is. I mean, you're right. We allude back to, you know, Booga and Miro, who have been such a solid duo that the entirety of this competition as well. There's so many great duos. That's what the great thing about this format is as well. The fact that there have been so many great duos. This new, not trios, more duos. And here we can see on screen the duo, the ultimate duo, the winners of FNCS NA East, Booga and Miro. They've done it again. The fact that last season they won out like the end of last year. There was Grand Royale. We got a World Cup winner here, a multiple FNCS winner as well. Vivid, they played this to a T. 50 eliminations, an average of 7.8. I mean, that is incredible. And 394 points total. OMG, man. This has just been a masterclass.
Yeah, let's go. The back-to-back. You guys take the last FNCS, they take the Grand Royale, and now they take the first season of Chapter 3. They played so well. They were top 10 in 10 of the 12 games that we played, only getting like 21st and 24th in 2 other games. The consistency in the placement was there. They played way too well to be touched by any other duo. They deserve that Axe of Champions.
Just an absurd run that we're seeing them go on. They're basically a dynasty now at this point. Miro, I don't know that anyone touches him when it comes to controller players. Booga, I mean, no words need to be said. His name is synonymous with championships now in Fortnite. And we can go on, but those two deserve everything that they've worked so hard for.
Yeah, they really do. And a massive congratulations to the winners there. Just something else. I mean, it was great as well that, Sundown, MDF alluding as well in the final kind of end game there almost. But the other teams in and around Miro and Booga as well on the final kind of standings. Obviously, it's so close between the top 10 there. I think we have the final leaderboard for you guys at home to enjoy as well. And there you can see it, the prize money as well. Miro and Booga with $130,000 going their way. But around 50 points close there. Spade and Chimp there, $90,000. You can see the rest there, Vivid. What an incredible day for everyone involved.
Yeah, Spade and Chimp got to be so happy with their performance. Getting second place to Booga and Miro, you can't really be mad about that. Larson and Smite, we talked them up a little bit. $70,000 for them. They deserve it as they evolve throughout this competition. We see Jamper and Dukes. They were putting up a fight for that first place position for quite some time, but ended up slipping. But still, fourth place is great.
Definitely great. And we see a couple of comebacks on day 2. Cold and Scented, Acorn, Kanata, D-Roller, Trashy, Commandment, Stretch, and Peterbot Quanti. They all made solid comebacks on the second day, shot themselves up the leaderboard. And hey, shout out to Daring Clicks as well, holding strong in that 7th place, able to stay up there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the fact that these teams have done so unbelievably well that the entirety of this competition, they've kept us entertained. That's what we want at home as well, isn't it, guys? We want to be entertained as much as possible, and they've done that. One thing as well, you can see behind us right now, we have Legends Land in the Hall of Champions. Do make sure to dip into Legends Land. That's right. He's looking over his shoulder. Legends Landing, okay, Hall of Champions. You will see Booga and Miro's name on a plaque there as well. Do make sure over the coming days to check that out in Legends Landing. A really fun thing to do, to say, I was there, man. I was there. And you can see it there for real in-game, which is amazing at Legends Landing. Check that out. It's brilliant. Right. Now, obviously, predictions. At the course of the season, we've had a lot of fun with this, okay? We're now going to go back in and see how we fared across the season. There it is. Let's go, Savage. Top of the leaderboard right there. I've managed to pick, I think that's 3. We can see the kind of the format here. First place, second place, third place in terms of who you picked on the day. Qualifier 1 and 2 got 3 points for that. And final team, 9 points. Vivid. It was tight. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
It was fun. We always have fun on the analyst desk with the predictions. I guess I'll take second place, Adam, whatever. But SBG, man, welcome to the prediction competition.
Oh, that's just straight donut. That's not a good look, boys. Oh, my.
I've never seen so many zeros in a row. I've never seen so many in my life. Just amazing. But on that note, you know what? It has been such an amazing season. We have loved every single second of this. And you guys at home made this so fun. So we hope you've had a really brilliant time with us here on Broadcast. We cannot wait for next season. A big shout out to my amazing analysts here as well. Vivid and Somebody's Gun. Guys, give them a follow. Amazing. The creme de la creme in Fortnite when it comes to broadcast talent. And the same, of course, goes out to Monster D-Face and Sundown. Give them a follow as well. We've had so much fun. Big love to the production team. Epic. Everyone everyone involved in this, the players as well, of course. And I've loved every single second. Next up, Kelly, Link, the rest of the squad bringing you NA West. Do not miss it. Until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus. We love you guys. Take it easy. Enjoy yourselves. We'll see you very, very soon. Bye-bye for now.
Cash on me like I hit the lottery. Trip, watch on how they follow me. Wait, honey's blue, yeah, I got them all on me. Go, 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 go. Wait, renegade, go, 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 yeah, go, go, go. Cash on me like I hit the lottery. Trip, watch on how they follow me. Wait, honey's blue, yeah, I got them all on me. Go, 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 go.